Let's see. Everything looks so far so good. I think we're at a stream somehow. Again. We're back. Somehow, Eve has returned. Which I have not seen the Star Wars movie that I constantly am memeing on with that quote, but I love that meme. It's very funny. But yeah, welcome to the Pizza Party stream. Ooh, look. Is the lucky viewer. How exciting. I have reached out to my artist, who is also my brother, who I asked him, what are the going commission rates for the most pixelated melon you've ever drawn in your life for the channel points? Because it wants like an incredibly small file, which I get. It's like a tiny icon. But it needs to be a PNG with a transparent background, and the ones that I have already... Yeah, apparently that's a default emote. Because I also question that. I saw it earlier today when Acorn was streaming. I usually go through my emotes and I just click on random ones from the gift subs to use during the stream. I saw that thing and I was like, what is that? Interesting. We'll need a little bit of deep slate out here. Picks up some of this, but welcome to the Eve does a busy work task from earlier. This is what I was doing the other day, was fixing up this wall. Actually, generally fixing up this area. I want to kind of dress it up finally, make it look a little nicer. Not that it's important, and not that anybody's going to see it, because it's on the outside of the base. But still, I want to do it, because I have fun doing this stuff. Interesting. What happened to that guy right there? So, yeah. This is one of the oldest terraforming areas in my base, because I built this window quite a long time ago, and I never fixed up this area outside, mostly because I didn't have conduits at the time, and now I do, so I can actually work out here and not be like drowning, struggling. This whole window was built when I was just drowning and struggling. Basically, this whole area here used to... So, this used to come out farther, like a slope, I want to say. And so I think I dug out sections so that there was more space to actually look at what was outside the window. But when I did that, this whole area was all messed up, and it actually is still messed up. I think you can hear the sound effect for running water here. And I haven't quite figured out which blocks are missing that I would need to fix, but you can kind of see it all over the place. A lot of this water, so you can see I've dug quite a bit here, hence all this running water, which, invisible though it is, I would like to fix. I haven't quite figured out what the best way to go in here and fix that's going to be. So I've just been cleaning up. There used to be... I actually redid this whole Basically, all of this here in front of us is a new terraform to kind of make it a slope that made sense and kind of even. I've cleaned up floating blocks, I've cleaned up air pockets, I've knocked down some of this. There was like a big, this was connected with a pillar. And then I've just been generally kind of cleaning up. I want to go back in. There were like water, there were like air bubbles in here. All kinds of things. For right now, I just want to get it to kind of like an okay state. I'm not going to work on this too much today. I think I want to throw in some deep slate down here to fill this line. Fix these like little odd holes. Okay. Okay, how so? Oh, I follow now. I'm picking up what you're putting down. But silly okay state. Is that actually like how people would refer to that school? Okay state? So it's kind of funny if it is. I will go ahead and turn the hitboxes off. I run around with the hitboxes on constantly because a lot of times when you guys aren't here, I've been working on clearing water, and a lot of water clearing just requires the sponges out of the gate. And so these ones with us. But sponges, I just don't want to lose them. I've actually lost precisely one sponge. So my sponge box where I left it over kind of where I was working. Oh, okay, I see. My brain read it definitely as Oklahoma State. Like the school. But that's fine, yeah, because I don't know what they would call that. Yep, I lost one of your sponges, I lost one of my sponges, and see, I had 64 sponges, I now have 63 sponges. And as such, I have resumed playing with hitboxes on whenever I touch the sponges. So, previously, I was clearing water in this area. There used to be an underwater cave right here that I had to tunnel into and fix. I do want to build a cave in here, but not one that is full of water. So I slowly am fixing all the water I don't want. I think I've gotten most of it over here. I don't think I care about this. Looks like it's water, but I don't think I care about that. Okay, you know what, spun. Oh, let's try it then. Why not? He got him. So let's put our. I don't know if one of these. I might have already had a cobbled deep slate box. Yeah, I did already have a cobbled deep slate box. We're going to put this one down. And we're going to take these, and we're going to make us a large pile of these guys. And we did want a couple of bricks, but I think I might already have some bricks. Let's take the bricks, and we got our sponges. I always take both sets of sponges when I do this, just so I can quickly visualize. All right, I have 63 sponges. I have them all. And then we are going to turn the hitboxes back on. And let's see if we can't fix this water zone. I think it starts on this tier. It starts pretty high up. There was a lot of digging that was done in these areas. So I did want to knock that one down. And let's see what happens when we sponge this area. Right here. See, we have a slightly broken water state. But hopefully that tells us that the upper area is mostly fixed. Because at least if we do it this way, we'll be able to see which ones. I don't have my hoe on me. Should have grabbed that. Back here. But at least we'll be able to see which ones are totally busted. And fix them, hopefully. So that one. And then I assume this one, judging by this, the way that this jagged looks here. Okay, there's a world edit command for that. See? It still looks wonk. Like that we're just like slowly swimming down. Yeah. There's some degree to which I can go block by block here and fix these. But, like I said, this is all the early signs of what I was doing here. I hadn't quite worked out. Surely the shovel is not any faster at sponge, but at least it won't chew into the stone immediately. And also, like I said, this is not truly the world's most important thing ever. I would like to fix it, but, like, you can't tell this is, like, messed up from the inside. You only can tell once you swim out here, and then you're listening to it, and you're like, why do I hear flowing water? That I should not be hearing. Hi there! Hello, Rosa May. That's how I would pronounce that. If I have done it wrong, let me know. Welcome to the pizza party. We are actually underwater, so we're holding up on the pizza right now. It's probably not going to be any good down here. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Hope your evening is going well. I've been having a pretty good time. I hope everyone else is. We dig these out because that's the kind of person I am. Wonder what's on the other side of this particular part of the wall. Huh, nothing. Not really a way for me to squeeze into that gap either, is there? Not without just digging one more down. I want to see... Whoops, we hit the ceiling. Oh, that was almost bad. It's not good. It was almost particularly bad. Hello, Dolphin. Welcome to a bad place. I don't think you're going to be having a good time here. Just want to see... Oh, okay. Whatever's going on here, we can see it for quite a while. How far does this go? This must be something to do with the roof of the smelting pit. Because I actually don't know why this deep slate's in here. Okay, and so it ends there. Okay, you can swim with control? Oh, interesting. Didn't know that. But we are going to go ahead and just fill this in. Like so. Alternating. It is funny to be able to hear the smelter just kind of running down there. But yes, I am indeed the invisible detail carer. You will not see this. It does not matter, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. Whoops, that's incorrect. Whee! So yeah. But yeah, we're having the pizza party today, is to celebrate me getting to affiliate, which is very fun. That was a misclick. I have to thank all of my assorted friends for aiding me in that goal of making it to affiliate. Very kind of a lot of people who helped me out. I don't know if I should fill... Yeah, I guess I fill that one with a brick. Well, I grabbed the bricks, because I remember this hole being here. I don't know what's going on right there. Why that's just inside of a wall, I guess. Described. Surely it's not the first time. Interesting. Leaked a bit of water out there. Surely you've been in a group of assorted individuals at some point before this. Oh look, there's actually a netherrack in here. That's funny. Well, we've discovered one of the lost netherrack pieces, so... How interesting for us. I think I do want to take this up one more here. Like so. Actually, let's open all of these here. And we'll put those. Cool, cool. We have this. Again, interesting. Why is this block here? Okay, we got a little bit more water leaking there. And then... So one above... So this one should be continuing a row of polished, which we're not going to run out of. I obviously needed more of them than I brought. I only have 6, so I guess we'll go get some more of those. And then we'll finish off this line, and then we'll be out of here. We'll be out of the water for now. Yeah, there was some sand I climbed up on earlier. There we go. That's good enough. But yes, I am... I did miss this message. Eve hates Acorn for breaking crafting tables with pickaxe. Also, Eve shovels the sponge. Yup. That one's my bad. Whoops. Eve collided with the lantern. My base always requires a not insignificant amount of polished deep slate. It's everywhere. Shocking to very few people I know. At least people who are familiar with my base. You'd be familiar with my incredible overuse of deep slate. I say overuse only because It's quite a lot of deep slate to have to gather. I don't know if I would have, like, made my life easier if I had... See, what's going on here, too? This is how I ended up doing all of this, though, Ox, is because I kept, like, looking at stuff and being like, what is happening in this particular area? Like, why are these here? Okay, they form the bottom of this little pool. So... my brain tells me that I should dig those there. Not all of that. And that one can go back. But that one... See, we should hit some more deep slate. In theory, as we're in here. There it is, the other deep slate. Gonna want to go there. There. Forgot about the control swimming thing. Actually, let's just do the whole section, this corner. Do them all deep slates like that. Cool. But yeah, I see that. There is no overuse of deep slate. Deep slate is one of the best stone variants Mojang added. I pretty much agree with you on that one. They're pretty great. Do love them. Oh, is the best stone variant? Ah. What are your thoughts on Blackstone, then? Blackstone, I feel, being the other deep slate-esque, but not quite. Would you call that a... That's a stone variant, too, right? Is just the entirety of that wall. So we're going to do that. It's in this corner. Is visible through there. But yeah, Blackstone is cool, but its purple tone is... But it's purple toned, so it limits its use cases. Gotcha. I could see that. Let's collect this iron while we're out here. Hooray! I hate when people combine Deep Slate and Blackstone. Pick one. Gotcha. Alright. Well, that looks good enough for now. So we are gonna get out of the water and move back kind of to our other project. Yeah, I think if I had really known, I might have done Blackstone. I like Blackstone a lot. I actually think it looks really nice. But obviously, one of the times I used some Blackstone here, and you immediately did not like it, so I understand. Deep Slate has way more stonecutter options, though. Yeah, that's probably true. And so it's probably helped me in the long run. Let's throw these in here. Let's put our sponges back in the sponge box. Yeah, I have just like a ton of junk blocks right now. Also one fish. I don't know where I got that guy. And then I think one of these shulkers is got more redstone in it. Or netherrack, that is not a redstone. Still. Ugh. Ugh. Have you been having a good evening, Ox? I hope so. That's stone. Get our one fish. Oh, it was this staircase here. I put blackstone here originally. I don't know if you remember that, and that's just because I'd only encountered an incredibly small amount of blackstone at that point. I don't even know where I got it. And one of the ideas that I had was just making different things out of like rarer materials that I had. And so my first attempts at this staircase were to just showcase one of the odder, like, rare blocks that I had, and I put blackstone the first time. And then I think you immediately looked at it and were like, hate that, hate everything about that. And it was quite funny. All those stairs are done. Can I use this furnace over here? Or is it still unusable? Let's see. Oh, looks like I can. We don't have actually any fuel on this one though, so I guess in that regard we can't use it. Some amount of fuel here. Pull that out. We'll go slap it over here. We can cook our one fish. Cooking the one fish in the big one seems quite wasteful. We will not cook our one fish in the big smelter. Oh, we have cooked the fish. Let's go. We have one fish now. Pick up our stairs here. Because, you know, aging copper. Always a goofy time. I don't even remember what I was going to do with these stairs. Not gonna lie. I put them out here. Oh, I guess you're right. Exactly as wasteful. Silly cooking exactly one fish. Put those in there for now. Had some idea here, I think, that might have been able to use them. Okay. Cough off. Drink some water. Still, our fences here are slowly aging to be the correct color. I'm not really actually sure what color I want them to be. I know I don't want them to be the bright orange. I think the bright orange is a little too eye-catching. And so either I will let them oxidize entirely, or maybe I might knock them all back to this. We're going to kind of see when I... Because I do like it kind of as the muted tone. That's, I think, acceptable. And the full oxidization is also acceptable. The full bright orange is a little just too much for this area. So we'll kind of see what we end up with as they go. Still, this has been the tunnel. that I was working on. I have done a few things here. Mostly I have kind of finalized this design for the outside. I have been debating putting a door in here to do a flying machine door, basically coming up right here out of the ground. And one of the things I want to do, I have I do, is kind of throw some of these guys in here to see what that looks like. With a door that would have to be like this recessed. I guess it would also need to be wider. And then it's going to do the thing where it links. Yeah, so here's where we have to put thought into how we're going to do this, because I don't really want something that's going to do the linking, and maybe if that's because it's going to. And I just don't know that I want it to do that. I don't know that that's necessarily bad if it does that. But I wonder, yeah, I think if we put a door that deep in, I think it looks fine, actually. What do you all think? Do you think that looks alright with a door that deep into the wall here? Or would it look better if I had made a design where I could actually put it into the lit area? I don't think it looks bad. Yeah, I'm mostly curious what it's going to look like when it moves, how it links to these things. Yeah, it is just deep in there. But again, I don't think I hate that. I think it's actually fine. I do think that there is potential for the... Because underneath here, we have plenty of space to go vertically straight down for quite a while. We're not going to hit anything until we get... Whoops. Until we get all the way down here. Now, where is that option? Controls... Turner. Sneak back. But yeah, I don't think we're going to hit anything for quite a while if we sink a door into the floor here. And we're pretty much fine on both sides to do the same thing. All we would have to think about is how do we activate this door if we do put it here. We would want a button somewhere, but I suppose it would just have to be a button that's like on this brick or something. Or we make like one block coming out of this spot with a button. That could also work. The door says you can easily activate it, but it's a lie. You have to call customer service. Ding ding. Alright, so let's take that back off for now. I do think that that is a viable option. Like I said, I'll think about it a little more. Exactly what I want to do in that area. But, yeah, see, we can look. Now, the view is just slightly better. I don't think, again, I don't think literally anyone who's ever been to my base has noticed, because it's so shadowed and so much darker out there. You can barely tell. But I can hear the running water, actually. Even from right here, which is interesting. I guess I really would like to fix that at some point. because the fact that I can hear it from there is a little annoying. But yeah, right here, I want to do a drop through this kind of secret passage. And we'll put you into a... I want to do like a dripstone cave that's running underneath this part of the water here. And one of the things that I've wanted to do in my base, but I haven't done yet, is I wanted to design kind of an area that looked like an underwater river going through like a canyon. And so I'm thinking I might do that there. I'm not entirely sure. Again, that is a project for the future. I've had to fix some stuff in this area, which has been a little funny. There was a beacon originally in this area that kind of was... You can see there was a beacon here a long time ago. It moved to over there when I fixed my beacon spacing. So I don't... Obviously, I did that before I started streaming, but I don't think anybody's going to notice for quite a while here, but now the beacons that cover my base are actually equally spaced from each other in this section. And that required me to move the beacons so that I fixed the holes in the overlap. Over here, I can't quite fix it in the same way because these beacons are stuck a little... Like this one now does line up with those. Basically, these 5 beacons all line up. This one can't. It has to stay where it is. This one also, I think, can't. Has to stay where it is. And that one can't because it has to stay where it is. This one's a little yellow-green. Yeah, the beacons over here are much more dictated by what they are around. Because like this one is in the center of my base. That one is in the farming area. That one is hidden in the end island. And this one runs through the back of the storage. And like I can't move any of the features that they are related to. Because like the storage is always going to be precisely where it is. The end island is always going to be precisely where it is. And the farms, the little like plant area, that's always going to be right there. So all of these are just fixed beacons. I can't fix the spacing here. Not that, again, I don't know that anybody cares about beacon spacing. So I've also finally... Oh, that's weird. This must have been when I was working this area. I did finally replace this granite with some dripstone, which I'm happy with. Kind of eyeballing how I like a little bit of dripstone in that corner there. And also kind of pondering the orb on what I want to do with this flat zone here. It's kind of a problem area, because it needs to stay relatively flat because of the crane. Can't do a lot of interesting terraforming here. So I might do like a backdrop for the crane. Basically like a flat wall. Maybe one of my bigger, the way that my mineral mural used to be right here, I might do one on this area. Be the first one of those to actually go back up in the base since I took the other one down. I may fish yet. I cannot eat my fish yet. But yeah, I'm doing a lot of thinking and pondering about what I want things to look like here. I'm thinking that I want to try to get... think I want to start using some basalt in the way that I've been using the dripstone, to just add in another stone textures. I want to say I used basalt here, but I used the top of basalt here, and so we can't really see the sides. Some smooth here. And there will be a lot of basalt. There's a lot of basalt in this area. On the waterfall? Yeah. This was my very first attempt at doing some kind of stone gradient with my, like, chosen stone colors. So you can see I've got deep slate sideways. Oh no, this I would say deep slate regular. So this is regular. This is deep slate sideways, and then there's basalt there, the bottom. Though I think if I wanted to rework this area, I should go back and I should swap this deep slate to the top. I do think the color gradient will work better if I do it that way. Yeah, I agree. Deep slate has like a kind of cool pattern when you use it that way. It's also here in the floor. I'm not really sure how it decides what part of the pattern it wants to put down. But I think, yeah, to accomplish what I wanted with this area, I would have to flip this one with this one. Because this reads lighter than this does. So that might be something I do one day. I haven't ever really come back to this thing. I kind of mostly like the way that it's turned out. I do need to fix this last side of it. Which I never did quite get around to. I was patching the ceiling here. Because there's like a hole in this area that I needed to fill in. Not that I needed to fill in, but that I have been filling in, because as you know, Ox, I work in a slightly unhinged fashion, so I do a lot of things that are not strictly necessary. I've been debating here where I could put another tree, another one of my custom trees. I want to have one. And I don't know if I have really like any space left to put one on this like side. Maybe I could change the final patch here. It's mostly just waiting to see, like, I could put another crop down there. Actually, let's get our go get our hoe. Because, well, I see those melons that are gonna whack. Grab the hoe. Whoops. Collided with something, but I guess any damage we take is good for us at this moment. And let's fix that. Block that guy. I guess this last one really does have 3 options of where to grow, which is kind of funny. It was here for the longest time. I just don't know if it, like, lucky grew in the right spot. I don't think I ever had another plant here. I mean, I should just put one more seed. I don't think there ever was one, though. And so, like, I'm trying to remember if that just happened to grow correctly the first time, and then because I never broke that melon, I never questioned it. But I had to break it earlier for the when I was working on the roof there. somehow we ended up with a slightly wrong melon or pumpkin configuration. Let's go plant one more plant here. So the plants have to grow in the correct way. Cool. Can you actually... There's pumpkin pie in this game, right? I vaguely remember Acorn eating nothing but pumpkin pie. I was like, what else do I do with these things? I guess I make jack-o'-lanterns out of them. Trade them with villagers, I suppose. They're really the only pumpkin that's in there. That's funny. Or one cookie that is displaying this message, which is quite funny. The art shop cookies. Let's hit that back because we're not doing sponges anymore. Yeah, so things I want to do today, potentially. I want to, well, not potentially. The thing we are definitely doing, dear viewers, is we are definitely having the pizza party. And we are definitely ordering pizza for one lucky viewer. Stay tuned to find out which one. It'll be very exciting. But I either want to work on this tunnel. Yeah, pizza party, let's go. I've also made pizza prior to the stream. So when we go to order the pizza, I will probably go grab a slice of pizza to celebrate the pizza party. Ooh. So yes, the sort of clickbait aspect of our title is that it is ordering pizza for a lucky viewer, but that lucky viewer has long been predetermined. Because many, many moons ago, Ox ordered pizza for me on her stream while we were working on the copper farm. And as such, when I was trying to get to affiliate here on Twitch, Ox was like, I will help, but order some pizza for me. And I was like, okay, easiest payment of my life. And now we're here at the pizza party. I hope everyone else was able to bring their own pizza if they would like pizza. I think most of you here know that I make my own pizza. I think I am quite decent at it. I do think that the pizza I made for today did not come out the best. I need to figure out exactly the ratio of flour that I want to use to get a pizza that is the correct size for the pan I use. So I gotta figure that out. I'm pretty confident that I over-floured this pizza, and so it came out a little chewier than I wanted. Yeah, and then Ox gave me a bag of what was literally called pizza cheese to try out. I have a very specific brand of mozzarella that I buy for making pizza that I just think is really good. But Ox had this goofy little bag of air quote pizza cheese that I decided to try out. She gave it to me and she was like, you should try this. And I was like, sure, I will try pizza cheese. What a weird time. Pizza cheese was pretty good, actually. I think the pizza cheese was not the problem at all with this pizza. I think entirely it would have been good if I had realized that pizza cheese was quite thick and it was going to melt in a weird way. So I have too much cheese on this pizza. It's problem number one. And problem number two was I put too much, like I made too much dough. And so it's just really dense. Like particularly dense. It doesn't taste bad at all, but it's got like too much chew, and you're not exactly thrilled about the fact that you're chewing it as you're going. Quite unfortunate. Yeah, so we basically have our, whoops, ear is itchy, and my headset fell off as I went to try to scratch it. But we basically have our area that we're going to be working with. I think I should kind of make a natural carve out here. We'll do that. I don't think we need to go that far in. We'll see. I guess that's not bad. We'll do that. I think that's gonna look fine. Yeah, I think that looks good. Then we will kind of fix this area in here. Whoops. Whoops. Let's do a little digging. Well, since you have decided, Ox, what pizza you would like, definitely just let me know when pizza should be ordered. And we'll do that. We'll take a brief detour from what we're working on to order some pizza for the pizza party. Because we need pizza for the pizza party. Who cannot have a pizza party without it? Okay. Well, I mean, I guess we might as well just get the show on the road then. If you would like to probably just let me know what you would like and from where. You can send it on Discord or something and I can just deal with that. Oh god. Oh, we're really gonna have to change this stream, gang, if Oxa selected Lou Eddie's Pizza. This would be the most troll possible decision. Be a great pizza, but Lou Eddie's is... I guess let's start. Lou Eddie's is a pizza place by... not even by my house. Lou Eddie's is a pizza place probably about an hour and a half drive from my house, but it is in the mountains is the other aspect of that hour and a half drive. Lou Eddie's is a very good pizza restaurant that I've loved going to, but to get to it from my house, you have to go and drive into the... I want to say... I actually don't know what the mountains are called at this far out. I know more towards the city there, the San Gabriel Mountains, and I actually don't know if that's what they are over here, too. But yeah, you drive for about... Okay, it's San Bernardino Mountains out here. That makes sense. We are much more in San Bernardino. So you drive about... Yeah, you drive about an hour into the San Bernardino Mountains. You will find Lou Eddie's Pizza. It is an award-winning pizza place that I know of because I have known one of the people who founded the restaurant, actually, many years ago, was actually the brother of my boss. His name was Eddie, And Eddie passed away actually some years ago, and so I like to go to Lou Eddie's just to kind of remember him, commemorate. Also, it's good pizza. Oh, how strange. I have a phone call, which if you watch my stream, you know doesn't happen very often, but I'm going to take this really quick. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see what's been going on. Sorry about that. Actually, my dad called me, which is quite bizarre if you know me. And he is down in Mexico right now, and so figured I should just see what he was calling about, if it was something enough that he was calling me. The pizza party is rigged. It turned out to be exactly the one thing he always calls me about. And that is just that something wrong with the phone. Like the one reason he ever calls me. Phone troubles. Apparently, I actually don't know why this has happened. Now, strange. I couldn't quite get in. He seems to have hit a data cap. Oh, okay, that's what happened. So he's in Mexico. He hit a data cap of some kind, and I'm looking at it, and it says, oh, the service says unlimited calling and texting to and from Mexico and Canada, plus 5 gigabytes high-speed data while roaming in Mexico and Canada. He's been in Mexico for like a month. He has hit his data, his 5 gigabytes of data, and it refreshes on the 27th, so he will have to survive for 8 days without data. Which the problem in that is apparently that texting uses data, so he can't text anybody either. Too funny. Yeah, quite silly. Anyway, I'll have to call him back later to let him know that I've figured out what day the data will reset. Not that this helps him in a meaningful way. They do, I guess, but I don't think they have it where he's staying, to my understanding, because he said that he can go to, like, one of the... Basically, he can go to one of the neighbors' houses and get onto their Wi-Fi. So, apparently where he is staying specifically, they do not seem to have internet. So, who knows exactly what'll end up happening there. I do think I want to dig that section. Yeah, kind of not exactly my problem. And also nothing I can do about it, because it's not like he's just hit the 5 gigabyte cap. There's nothing I can do about that. Ooh, I think the official pizza of the pizza party stream is... Let us click this link. Official pizza. Pizza Man. Let us look at the thing. Very exciting. I think I have eaten at Pizza Man. Yeah. No one involved is a man, but it's still good pizza. That's good, at least. I have been here one time, I want to say. And I remember it being good. I remember enjoying the Pizza Man pizza. So, we will see. I guess, would you like this order or delivery? Oops. So obviously you would have to go get it otherwise. Which I don't know if you would want to just have to go pick up the pizza. Do 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 do. While I do some typing. Looks correct. Do 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 do. Delivery is pretty cheap. It's only $3. Oh, that's nice. Let's do that. And what is the pizza going to be? What's the official pizza of the stream? Everybody, you're gonna have to ask Ox to share some pizza. She's getting to make the choice of what we're getting for the party. I've always been a pepperoni person. I think I pretty much, I don't know why, always been just the thing that I liked, and not really messing around too much with a lot of toppings. For example, I'm not really a big stack of stuff on pizza person. Just not quite my scene for the most part. The other great thing about this place is that you can pick up to 6 toppings included in the price. Nice, yeah. This is good. So, let's go. I assume we're going to make our own pizza. Ooh, we can make our own whole wheat crust if we wanted to. I don't think we do, but we could. I think also while Ox is figuring out exactly what she wants, I'm going to take a quick BRB. So, mind the wall chicken, as usual. I hope it behaves. And I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Sorry for the break there. Oof, out of screen. But I am back. We are ready to continue the adventures of the pizza party. I hope you all had a good time with the wall chicken while I was gone. I also told it to go ahead and roll some ads. Okay, I think we're going to go with the regular pizza. I'll fork out for the Detroit style another time. Gotcha, is the... I didn't really look. Is the Detroit style noticeably more? A new item, Detroit style pizza. Ooh, he's a big square. Detroit style is the one with the sauce. So it's like a square, it's rectangle pizza. I want to say it's one of the ones with the weird, like the sauce on top. Like sauce in a slightly odd position situations. Oh, but yeah, it's like 26. I think generally Detroit does have a weird sauce location. I don't know that this one does in particular, but I do think that that is part of the style of Detroit pizza. And it's what separates it from like the deep dish and the pans. Yeah, this one doesn't look like it has it in the pictures. Looks regular. But I actually think I can see some of it. Hard to say, because I put this picture at quite an angle. Let me see. This is such a interesting picture they've chosen for this. But anyway, yeah, I guess let me know what you would like on your regular pizza then, Fox. Let's look at this guy. We're gonna go File Explorer and shots. Bring this up. Enhance. I'm going to go over here. We're going to go to the desktop really quick. We're going to look at this Detroit style pizza that we have. Because I think, Ox, I think this is not pepperonis. I think this is sauce. I think you're... As I know we had this happen one time, we looked at another Detroit style place. And you were like, yeah, let's go to this place. And I mentioned this sauce thing again. And you were like, I don't think that's the case. And I was like, it's in the picture. And I had to point out that this was not pepperonis, that they dollop sauce on top of the cheese afterwards on Detroit style. That's like the whole shtick of what Detroit style does. So... it's hard to tell in this picture, and it's so small. But to my understanding, they put sauce, then they put cheese, then they put toppings, and then they dollop more sauce on top of it, and that's what a Detroit-style pizza is. I've also never had one, so I cannot quite confirm. If anyone else has... love opinions on this, weigh in on the Detroit style pizza. And also, I just love to know what people's favorite styles of pizza are, actually. Because I'm just always curious. Pizza is probably my favorite food, something that I really love. So let's go in quickly, let's get this order going. So, would you like a medium or a large pizza? Box. Just gonna drag this over so I can work on it and read the chat at the same time. Let's do large. Large is enough for 2 meals. All right, cool. Then our toppings are going to be pepperoni. So we're apparently beef pepperoni specifically. Beef pepperoni. Oh, that's a separate option? Oh, no. Okay, I do see it at the top there. Never mind. I was like, why are there so many pepperoni options? I didn't see that it was literally the first one. My bad. Okay, pepperoni, bacon, sausage, and Parmesan. Parmesan. Add that to the order. Would you like anything else while we're here, Ox? Would you like a side, appetizer, dessert, chicken, burgers, apparently? That's random. I do want to click on burgers. I can just get burgers here. That's so funny. Huh. Ooh, dessert-wise, you could get Nutella bites. How interesting. Nutella bites, double-decker brownie, some cheesecake, apple pie, pecan pie. Oh god, this is the worst name I've seen. They have a cookie pizza. Actually, it really looks like a Pizookie, but they have called it Cookieza. What a terrible word. I'm mad I've had to read this with my eyes. I've typed it in the chat just because what a name. Cinnamon roll bites. We will add that to the order. You'll have to let me know. I love cinnamon roll. So cinnamon roll bites sound pretty good. So order now, order type delivery, delivery. Okay, anything else or? I think so. All right, so now when I click checkout, do I have to sign in? The real question, because it gives me sign in, register, forgot your password. I think it's going to make me sign in. There is not a guest mode. So I think I'm going to have to make a Pizza Man account to put this order in. Yeah, I was like, huh, there doesn't seem to be a checkout as guest. Do not want to sign up for deals and promotions. I'll not exactly be ordering a ton of pizza from this place. There are possibilities that I order pizza from this place, but it will not be the most common. Register. Ooh, I'm gonna earn 92 loyalty points. This looks correct. Correct information. Payment. Let's go. Let's go. 9. Bear with me for a second. I am filling in pizza ordering information. Well, more. I've already got the ordering information. I'm putting money information. Let's hit the submit button. Let's see if it goes. Email order is in. Once we know how long it will take, we will update you with a timer. But anyway, pizza for the pizza party has been ordered. Hooray! Very exciting. I'm excited. I'm very curious how this will go. I'm sure the pizza will be good. I'm actually most just curious about these cinnamon roll bites. We love dessert here in this house. If you do not love dessert here in this house, what's up? What's the deal? Why don't you love dessert? Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that cookies as well. What a terrible word. Hate that a lot. um but anyway, while we're here, I will show off the pizza that I have. I made some pizza for the pizza party stream. You're all also welcome to come over and get a slice of this pizza. It's cold at this point. I made it yesterday, so we'll have to heat it up when you get here. But I assure you, there is plenty. There's more than enough for all of us. So, you know, you can start heading on over. I know some of you are quite far, and it's going to take a little while to get here. So, the sooner you start heading out, the sooner you will have pizza. I got a email update saying they've started the order. All right, Ox, your pizza, their delivery order estimate is 43 minutes. So, in theory, you will have pizza. What is that? At 8:17? From this little countdown timer that is now showing on my screen. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, we probably should have started sooner. I hope you don't starve. Like, I really hope you don't starve. I think if you're gonna fail, I can leave my house now and I could get pizza to you, probably 10 minutes faster to tide you over until your good pizza arrives. That's just an empty box. Let me know if you're simply going to fall over from the struggles, the hunger. We can't have that. Only the best for our mods here. For this whole thing and see how it looks. Oh yeah, I can't even see you. Just still there. Cool. That's true, I guess. I'm glad that you will not be collapsing dramatically to the floor, and you will instead be cushioned nicely by your couch. I like your couch. I think it's a very comfortable couch, in my opinion. That looks really wrong. Much as it's a kind of interesting quite old couch. Oh god. It's good enough for now. Yeah. Oh, hi, Natasha. We have just ordered the pizza, actually. Oh, and I guess I can show you, since you're here, that I have my pizza. I have just ordered pizza for Ox. And so the pizza party is really about to get started. That's been my joke of this clickbait title stream, was ordering pizza for one lucky viewer that doesn't quite specify that the lucky viewer was pre-selected. But that was indeed the case. You are lucky, though, Ox. You are indeed the lucky viewer. I would say the same thing. I'm equally lucky to get to be your friend. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Natasha. I hope this evening is treating you well. So, the pizza that Ox selected for the pizza party is from a restaurant called Pizza Man, which we were laughing because there were no men involved with the order. But, I did chicken out on saying your full Twitch name. I did, honestly, I don't think I remember the whole thing off the top of my head. I know that I could choose to commit it to memory, and I have not chosen to commit it to memory for whatever that says about me here. But I guess if I was going to read the whole thing out, I would actually just go with the 0x4E49434F4C45. It's so funny that to go from saying Ox to having to pivot and actually say that it's a 0 and not a letter. I was like the first bit where my brain immediately was like, well, that seems incorrect. Even though that is actually what it is. And I have to wonder, do you ever actually say the entirety of your Twitch name? And I'm kind of curious, how are we going to really get the party started now? But anyway, I also hope that you too, Natasha, have pizza if you so desired pizza. Oh, very exciting. I see, I understand the parties. Very fun. Thank you, Ox. I really appreciate it. I have not... My stream is a big work in progress, and so I do not have a sub alert yet. I've gotten the ability to get subs yesterday, and between work and some stuff I had to do last night, I just didn't have time to come up with what a sub alert would even look like. I do think I want to just do a meme, have it play like a really fast clip from some game of my choosing. I haven't picked one yet. But another streamer that I really like, a VTuber whose name is Zentrea, has a sub alert where it just pops up with a really quick clip from a game called Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, and it's just a super fast clip of one of the characters yelling, "Nano machines suck." And it just plays that every time somebody subs, and that is really the inspiration for the direction I kind of want to go, because it just cracks me up. But I haven't quite figured out what I want to put for the sub alert. Having to, like, invent your brand while streaming is quite a funny time. Definitely not a thing that I put a lot of thought into before I started. To be fair, most of my streams are mostly just this. They're us just kind of having a good time, messing around, and just generally bullshitting, honestly. So I am going to barely be setting up my own Discord after this stream, so that I can actually put out posts ahead of time to warn people that we're going to be streaming, even though I think I've largely settled on streaming. Gotcha. But I largely have settled on streaming on Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. It's kind of the schedule that works with my work time and other things that I have to do during the week. So I think that will be my schedule for the foreseeable future. Still, I guess you are new here, Natasha. You have actually never seen my Minecraft base, and I can show it to you if you have any interest in seeing what I have going on here. It is quite a large base. But yeah, this is... Welcome to the Melon Pit, as it is comically called. This name came from the fact that originally this base was just me in a hole in the ground with some melons. It was the only food I had. Yeah, it's melon themed, so you come in here, cross my starting bridge into the big kind of open courtyard. A custom tree over there. This big glass pit that goes almost to bedrock. I'm still working on that. This was the very first building I built down here, which was just my greenhouse. It grows melons. This is going to surprise nobody. And then I did also see that message, but I didn't quite read it. The streaming seems like it could be fun, but also hard. I generally think that streaming is fun, and it's interesting. I think it's kind of easy, but I'm also like a dumb idiot who talks all the time, so I always have things to talk about. Okay, I got you. So yes, we're going to demo. This is the melon machine. Let's see. I guess I am going to go to my volume mixer first, and I'm going to turn Minecraft up. Oh god, I've turned Minecraft to 100%. I'm a little curious how that sounds for all of you. We're judging based on this one... the boss of this one sheep that's behind me. But anyway, this is the melon machine. This was a thing that Ox built in my base. All of the coolest stuff in my base was not built by me. It was built by Ox, which is quite funny. But yeah, I guess now we're really going to know how loud the volume is coming across. But yes, quite amazing. We have this melon. It plays music. I'm very curious, Natasha, if you recognize what this music is, because to my understanding, you have a Switch. There is actually a possibility you've played this game. And no one else knows what this is. Ox built it and did not know what this music was. But I love this song. I love the silly game that it's from. The actual machine is down underneath. We can watch the music traveling around. But this is the one, basically the one song from the Switch game, annoyingly Switch exclusive Suika game, which is Suika is watermelon in Japanese. And it's just like one of those matching games where you, like, fruit basically falls in from the top and you have to, like, it lands at the bottom of the screen, so almost in a Tetris style, and you're just trying to match fruit to make bigger fruit, but it slowly fills up your screen if you're not careful. And so I watched a lot of streamers play it when it was a very popular game to be playing on stream. And I really liked the music. It drove a lot of people crazy because it is this nice, sweet little repeating to, yeah, probably like a Dr. Mario Fruit Edition type deal. I'd have to check exactly, but yeah, so it drove a lot of people crazy though, because the fruit would just like never quite fall in the exact way you wanted it to. And so I once made the comment that if I could make it the theme of my base, I would. And then Ox took that very literally and built this huge music machine down here to play the song. It does sound 8-bit just because that's kind of how the Minecraft music works. So again, now it just looks like this one innocuous little melon here. This is a very fun, this is Ox's idea of a practical joke. So, just so you're aware of the kind of person we're dealing with, that's what Ox considers a practical joke. It's quite excellent. Yeah. This is the nice... This is my underground garden area. As you know, all underground caves have a nice area where you can grow your food. This is my axolotl collection here. They're having a good time. They are swimming. A lot of them are sitting still. Not entirely sure why. Yeah, sometimes, let's see if they'll do it. They love to climb on that one bit of dripstone right there. Here he goes. He's considering it. If they climb onto the dripstone, though, they just sit at the top and they spin in a little circle. It's quite silly. I don't think any of them seem to want to right now. It's quite unfortunate for us. Would be very cool to see. Either way, the axolotl are very cute. We love them. But we will continue along our tour. I have an end island over there. It's basically just an area where I've been building dioramas of the different biomes in Minecraft. Over here is my storage room. I really like. So my storage originally started in this room, but it was very small. There were just chests lined, and so I needed a bigger area. Oh, and yeah, I guess Ox does have a clip of it, but this is my actual storage room. With this quite... I thought this was a very inspired geo-design roof I did here. And I just think I love it. I think it came out really well. Because I'm an insane person, I have actually built out the upper area. You'll find that a lot in my base, is that I build through pretty much everything. But let's go over to my house really quick. This is my house. Do I actually live here? No, but this is the first house in my base. It's got a bird in it. Supposing that the laser birds, actually, I'm not entirely sure that that's accurate. I think they're birds. Really little faces, though. Still, this is the house. This is what we colloquially call the Hell House. I quite love it. If you hear the fire, that's actually because the floor is heated from below. Yeah, I think they just collect items for you. That one's tied up there. Then we have this nice kind of office library area with a little diorama of the Nether in here. Oh, the floor, yeah, the floor is interesting. It's kelp. It's dried kelp blocks, with obviously with beacons inside to light the area. But this is actually, you know how kelp blocks are tied with like a white string? That's the string that ties the kelp block, but if you put them out in the floor like this, they look like a big tile. This, I can't take any credit for. This is an Ox floor design from her cruise ship, and I saw it. I thought it was very cool, so I decided to incorporate it in here. This is generally kind of a darker vibe on this house, and I wanted something interesting there. Then yeah, up here, we do have our almost aquarium-esque, like you said, little Nether diorama. I really like it. I think it's quite fun. We're also like mega close to the surface, which is quite funny here. But then we go up to the bedroom. There's also a little bit more fire there, but we have this lovely, enormous bedroom with truly the sickest bathroom of all time. I would absolutely kill for a bathroom like this, not gonna lie. I really like the way that this came out. Got our nice big tub. I would turn on the shaders, but I haven't fixed my shaders since we moved to 121.10. But yeah, you've got this nice bedroom, lovely bathroom, and you get your own little balcony here. Oh, interesting. I don't really know, like, I've never played Bedrock, so I don't really know what its deal is. Let's see this Ox message. Eve has the diorama in the overworld. I have the diorama tunnel in the Nether. Really poor planning by the writers there. It's quite goofy. So here is the second house, though. Oh, look, I can finally eat my fish. Nom 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 nom. This is my house, my second house. It has its nice backyard that you can see from this little foyer area. Very different scheme, much brighter house is my goal here. You have your nice living room area, your couch looking out. Again, lovely backyard on this one. This is all custom terrain caves. This was not a lush cave to begin with. I built all of this. I do want to fix the pond so that I can have some more axolotl back here. What I've learned is axolotl require a water source that is 2 blocks deep for them to actually stay in it. Otherwise, they will wander away and despawn. Didn't know that. I have to fix that for next time. But yeah, then you continue up. You have this kind of fun walkway. The bedroom area is its own separate building from the rest of the house. And I really like the way that it came out. I'm actually quite happy with this. It has a big... This one actually does have a fish tank in it. You got your... I want to put the big coral in here. I haven't quite gotten around to going to get some of it. And then your bathroom, where you can yet again still see your fish, even when you're in the bathroom. But you're saying, just needs a squid. Yeah. I wonder if one could spawn there. Or maybe not, because it's not like a river biome. That pillar is making my brain think there's a building back there to explore. Which... The pillar in the backyard? This one here? Gotcha. Yeah, my original goal, I've mentioned this a few times, but I guess I'll say it again, was to have this be kind of like a fountain, almost. To have it be pretending to be taken, because we're practically under the river right here. So my original thought was to have it be like getting its water to come in through there, but I couldn't get the water to flow down in a way that I was satisfied with. So I ultimately have not done that. I don't know if I would ever go back and try to fix it. But that's kind of why this looks a little bit the way that it does. And then the pillar is just there to kind of support. Yeah, water has its own mind in Minecraft. It also just doesn't look great flowing, in my opinion, most of the time. Water does not have satisfying visuals in Minecraft. At least in my opinion. But yeah, so this is house number 2. The greenhouse, the hell house. I'm doing a lot of diorama stuff. Like Fox said, kind of funny. But this is my nether... This started as my nether wart, like, little manual farm. It's turned into a much larger section I'm working on. To make this look like a whole nether area down here. Yeah, it's not new, Ox. You've seen it before. I haven't continued working on this yet. But yeah, Natasha, so much work on this. How long have you been working on this world? I've been playing... I want to say I started streaming actually just last month, and it was for my 2-year anniversary of playing Minecraft. I kind of always forget to show this area, but I do think that this is quite cool below my end island. I have a big fog glass here. And you can kind of see the lights fading into the darkness. I often forget that that's down there, honestly. I do kind of want to make it so that the lights pulse going down. I just haven't gone back to try to figure out exactly how to wire redstone to do that. And I do want to do more work in this area. Yeah, I started Minecraft 2 years ago. Technically, that is some degree of Minecraft erasure, as Ox has called me out on before. I did technically play Minecraft for about 6 months on the Xbox 360 version of Minecraft. Many years ago. I want to say that was almost 10 years ago. I played for like 6 months back then. And, yeah, okay, you've had that version too. Yeah, that was where I first played Minecraft. And Xbox One, yeah. I have an Xbox One. I don't have it set up in my room right now, but I might have to because I've been invited to play a game that I own on the Xbox. It does have crossplay, so look forward to that. I might be on another stream playing another game in the near future. But yeah, like you said, fog effect is a dime a dozen, but the lights really make this one cool. Well, I'm glad that you think so. Let me adjust this really quick. I've noticed that the Firebot chat is cutting off like about 2 letters off the end of the message on each side, and I was like, I can mostly figure out those words, but there we go. Yeah, I like the lights. I think they do add some cool kind of effect to it. I would maybe now go back and change them to copper bulbs as well, just because now copper bulbs are real. And my base has taken a much more copper like design. I want to upgrade something to be able to play 7 days. Console is rough to play on. Yeah, I also am not sure my brain reads that that's a game. Yeah, okay, 7 Days to Die. Gotcha. I've never played it. But I am curious what kind of game it is. You said zombie game. My brain tells me it's a survival game, but that could be entirely wrong. Here is the cool door to the music machine. The room to be built, but the door works. Oh, hooray! Pizza's here. Nice. Let's go. So the pizza actually came much faster than the estimate. Because I want to say they said 43 minutes, but that would have put it at 8:17. So it's only 8:05. That means pizza got there pretty quick. Hooray! So you missed it when we were going over the pizza order. Natasha, we have ordered Ox a pizza with pepperoni, bacon, sausage, and Parmesan, and some cinnamon roll bites. And I'm very curious about the cinnamon roll bites, to be fair. I'm confident that the pizza will be good. I am unclear about cinnamon roll bites. But yeah, I have a lot of these kind of... I'm trying to imply more depth to my base. This is really just... It ends in a black concrete, a glass panel to kind of make it look like it's a deeper void than it is. I also had to work really hard to hide the lights in this room. Which actually we can fix one of the oddball issues really quick, I think, while we're here. Unless I fixed it the last time we saw it. I might have actually fixed it. No, I didn't. There it is. I forgot to put part of the floor in there. Oh, look, we even have the blocks on us. Okay, so where is that? I keep seeing it when I preview this area, or like I tour this area with people. So we're gonna find our way into the floor here. Is that a stair? If it's a stair, I don't want to break it. Yeah, it's a stair. Okay. We'll break this one. Somehow, when I came in through and I built this originally, see, I sealed up all of this part. Oh, it's bricks? Oh, interesting. It's supposed to just be a brick layer. there's just a line of bricks that are missing. That's what's wrong here. Okay. So we're gonna go grab these bricks really quick. Okay, so this is the last 2 times I've toured this with people. I've noticed this problem. And it's going to bug me. So we're going to... Oh, did not quite make that turn. We are going to fix it now while it's in mind before I forget again. Let's grab our bricks. Let's actually just make some new bricks, because we're going to need more bricks at some point. Here we go. And I managed to perfectly hit that chain on the way out. Congratulations, me. Uh-oh. I also clipped the button to close the door. I'm glad I didn't make it through, because there's no way to open that door from the other side. I would have had to tunnel my way out of the walls somewhere to get out of here. Yeah, I love these doors. They're timed to automatically open at the speed it takes you to walk down that hallway, which I just think is quite cool. But yeah, not entirely sure how I missed that line of bricks originally when I was doing this. But it's fixed now. So, you know, hooray for that. Was that an important fix? Probably not. But I decided I wanted to fix it anyway. I'm a very, like, thorough build through kind of person. Even if you can't see something, I will build it. Let's close the door on the way out. Just because that appeals to my brain. So I build my base not based on what I think anyone's going to think when they look at it, but mostly I build it based on what I love and what I want to do. So this base is a very big passion project of mine. It's mostly made just out of what appeals to me. A lot of shapes that I really like. I'm a relatively geometric builder. So, I guess we'll go down here. I have this area. Uh-oh. I see something about to happen here. Hi, Dish. It's good to see you. Hello, not the last Thuman. Hello, Dish. How are you all doing today? Hello, Raiders. Hello, Misty Joy 11. Well, you are all here for the pizza party. Let me take this moment to go kick the music back on. Let's get the party back started. Have the big music machine. Yeah, I gotta go in here. I gotta turn off the Minecraft music. Just turn that off, so we can just hear the music machine. But yeah, welcome in, Tiny Mouse. I'm glad you found your way, even if the raid somehow left you. But yeah, Dish, I hope that Skyrim was fun. But the rim was us yapping. Yapping is always the best part of stream. Did you get J'zargo back? Is J'zargo still mad at you for the whole werewolf thing? Nice. We love J'zargo. Where was he? Did he wander, like, slowly across Skyrim back to the Mages College? Because Because I think that's what happens when they leave your service. I think they on foot begin to walk back to where they started. And in J'zargo's case, that would be the Mages College. But, like, you can catch this stage where they are just walking across the entire map, and it's quite silly. Skyrim is a beautiful game. And then Natasha, how long are you streaming for? I have to pop off for a bit to put some kids down. I will be probably streaming for another at least 2 hours, so you probably have time to wander your way back if you so desire. I will be here for a little bit, decent bit longer. We're about halfway through stream. And then, as Ox said in the middle of all the raid coming in, this pizza party we're having today is to celebrate the fact that I've made it to affiliate, thanks to the help of many wonderful friends and people. And it's really cool. It was really nice to have so many people step in to help me. I do think we have perhaps launched into one of these exciting ads. I'm gonna hold off on saying all that much for the adventures of waiting for our friends who are stuck in the newly created ad jail. Thank you, Dish, for the subscription. I love that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody who's helped me get this far. I've been streaming for, I want to say, maybe 1.5 to 2 months. I don't quite remember the date of my first stream. But it has been an adventure. Oh, gotcha. I missed that too. Thank you, Joe, as well, for the subscription. I mean, hard to argue with that statement. The hot dish is very cool. One of the coolest streamers around. As you likely all know, if you came along on that raid, you already know that. I don't have to try to tell you about that. Hilarious. Yeah, have a great night, Mouse. Thank you for dropping by. We really appreciate it, and hope you get some rest. Let's we were just doing a really quick base tour for my friend Natasha, who was dropping by. Otherwise, we've just been kind of like messing around, doing a little bit of digging, doing a little bit of thinking. I guess I can show you too, Dish. I have the pizza for the pizza party. I've not eaten the pizza. It's been sitting here. So, you're all welcome. Now I can say this again to the raiders. You're all welcome to come get pizza. Some of you are quite far away, so it will take you a while to get here. Whoops. The pizza is cold. I made it yesterday. But yeah, actually, I made that pizza. Let me see if I can get a good picture on screen. Let's pizza. Google. All my Google photos. Let's get a big picture of the pizza. We'll get the picture of the pizza, and I will get a picture of the, frankly, the better pizza as well. And we'll get those, we'll get one of those on screen here for everybody to appreciate. Sorry that it's so late and I'm about to just blast you in the face with pizza. Because I know most of you are probably, yeah, I'm in Pacific time, so it's only 8 o'clock over here. Still, I think, a reasonable time to be eating food. But I have a sneaky suspicion many of you are in a farther ahead time, and then probably not a reasonable time to be eating pizza. Most of you probably can't get pizza still. I assume your pizza establishments have closed. The other adventure of the pizza party stream was that we were actually ordering pizza for one lucky viewer. The clickbait part of that title was me not exactly specifying that the pizza was for the one lucky viewer was Ox. All right, so let's kick ourselves over to the desktop. I still got to put the camera here. This is the picture of the pizza I made for this pizza stream. So yes, Dish, I made this pizza. It's kind of funky looking. It's a little bit of a weird one. And let me go back and see what messages that came through while I was trying to find these pictures. Sorry if I was getting any more interested. Yeah, I would share pizza, Misty Joy. You could definitely come get some if you'd like. I a lot of it. It was a fairly big pizza. Anytime is an appropriate time to have pizza. The verdict on the cinnamon roll bites, they're the saddest looking ones I've seen. They were very tasty and convenient to eat with chopsticks. Very nice. Thank you for complimenting the funny looking pizza dish. I appreciate it. Well, let me show you. This was the other one that I made previous to this one. I think this one came out better. It was frankly just much better crust. So this is kind of what I'm always trying to get my pizzas to look like. And like I said, this one came out a little wonk. It was a little wacky goofy. This is actually just pepperonis on this. They're actually pepperonis on both of them. They're just small pepperonis on this one. And they are big pepperonis on this one. What I've found that I really like to do is I go to the deli at my market and I get deli sliced pepperoni. So they're obviously intended for sandwiches, hence the size. But I like that they're so thin. They're not nearly... Like, I think that you get a lot more grease on the thicker pepperonis. And so I really like these ones. I'm also, as you can see, kind of an odd placement person. I don't like to overlap my pepperonis. So this just gives me a good way to get a lot of pepperoni coverage, not overlap my pepperonis. I'm a relatively light cheese person. I put cheese on the crust because I think crispy cheese is delicious. And yeah. So this is a pizza. I make pizza. That's kind of my jam. My one thing that I would claim to be pretty good at making, actually. So, if any of you ever find your way out to California, specifically Southern California, hit me up. I would love to make pizza for anybody who drops by. But yeah, so we've been working on my base today. Mostly we've been talking about pizza, ordering pizza, having a laugh. Been a good time. Honestly, if you come to my streams, you will find that mostly what I do is we sit and talk, and we just kind of the stream is an excuse to do something, but the real content is just the conversations we have along the way. I think that that's probably most streams, to be fair. This quite large area that I'm working to populate with a base. It's currently a big pit. You can kind of see the area that we're working on over there. I've laid out where I want to put platforms with netherrack. But we're going to come over here. We're going to check out the wall chicken. See what great wisdom the wall chicken has for us today. Ooh, look, it's got another egg. Hello, wall chicken. What is thy secret wisdom? Oh, that's good to know. Let's see. Nope, I've never gotten that. The reason for the trans flag in the base is all these eggs. Yep. I see the bit of a spat that's happening here. Let's actually go look really quickly at the other big project that we've completed lately. For any of you who have never seen our nether tunnels, these are our lovely nether tunnels. This one was largely designed based on an original design by a player named PowerChug, I want to say, and then Ox adapted this to a new color. But Ox and I were actually co-streaming, because if you don't know, Ox is a great friend of our stream, also a streamer, and we love Ox here, our mod. We were doing an update, though, for this tunnel, which involved fixing up the floor here. We added this layer of amethyst underneath to kind of give it a more purple hue, and then we put in all of these amethyst buds of assorted sizes. We are Ox stands. We love Ox. And then we extended the tunnel out to 1,000. So yeah, this was one of the original tunnels. This is the, I would call this one the original tunnel. This is the primogenitor of our nether tunnels, the north tunnel design. I think it's quite cool, actually. But as you can see the nether rack and the nether through the floor. That was the case in the old tunnel, but the colors just kind of clashed a little bit. So we were fixing it up a bit. Since you guys were playing Skyrim, I think you will appreciate this player's base. This is from member of our server, VLANs. Oops, another big geode here, which I think is quite cool. This, I want to say, is easily our most fantasy-inspired base that will maybe give you guys a little bit of Skyrim vibes. The VLANs has a beautiful base. Very fantasy-themed. Honestly, pretty Skyrim-adjacent. I could see this being something. Just some lost watchtower. And, like, village and stuff. Frankly, I think this base is already almost better, like, bigger than Winterhold is. Kind of sad for them, having fallen into the ocean. Yeah, I've been kind of keeping the camera low because we really have the big show, the showpiece of this base. If any of you notice why this area is shadowed in an interesting way, that's because there's this airship above the whole thing. And it is quite cool, in my opinion. So very fantasy themed base here. VLANs is a great builder. She's been working on some new things. This whole building is new. Don't know what it is yet. Look forward to finding out. She's building just like a bunch of stuff. There's like a whole path over here leading to a whole another area. There's also the big squid. Yeah, something going on over here, Joe. Because if you follow that path, there's actually like a whole little village going on over here. Oh, okay, is that what this is? I wondered what was going on in this area. So this isn't actually VLANs. How interesting. I didn't know that there was another base so close by. VLANs is kind of bridged to. That's cool. Yeah, so this is a very fun fantasy base, along with one Ox prank, to my understanding, that was loved so much it has stayed. There are actually at least multiple Ox pranks here. This, to my understanding, is another Ox special going on back here. Some kind of military camp situation back there. I love this base. It's quite a... Yeah. This was from the War of the Iron Daddies. If that doesn't make sense to you, chatters, it doesn't make sense to me either, so... I don't know what that means. But yeah, this is our very fun server. As Joseph Rooks said, it is quite old. We are going to reach, I want to say he said 12 years in May. We'll show the West Tunnel, yeah. Off to the West Tunnel. This is probably my favorite of the tunnels. I really love the spiral in this one. I actually love that it's so pronounced. So I really enjoyed this tunnel. I think I agree that the green one really has a better cohesive look to it. I love this one. I love the candles on the floor. I think this was kind of the first bit of the idea that led to the amethyst buds in the other one. But actually putting something on the floor was quite a good idea. Here we have a very cool tunnel that Ox built to go to a Mario area of our server. For Mario familiar people might kind of see what's going on here. It's quite fun. To my understanding, there's not quite a lot going on still in this area. We have a little castle, POW block, and the pipes, but I think most of the like farms that were here have been relocated at some point. I don't think many people come here. I actually don't even know what's going on over there. I don't think I've ever noticed this. All these fires here. Oh, the cobblestone farm is still there? That's cool. Do we really need any cobblestone farms with Ox's amazing cobblestone farm? Alright, so I gotta look at my viewer list here. Because it's funny. We're gonna do something mildly funny for a second. But I want to see precisely who is here. Mostly just I'm checking, is Vex here? I do not see Vex on my list of viewers. Vex is not, as far as I can tell. But Joe is here, and Joe can laugh with us at this. The other day, I came down this tunnel, and I was like, wait, there's not a tunnel this far. What's happening here? All right, have a great night, Dish. Thank you for the raid again. Thank you for bringing your friends over. And I hope everybody has a great night. Good night. I really appreciate everybody who is here, whoever drops by. But yeah, anyway, I don't know if you see this Joe. I discovered this the other day. And it is quite hilarious that it's here. I knew that Ox had done something. I knew that there was a prank somewhere going on. I didn't know what it was, and I happened to just organically find it. Because I was going down that tunnel, and I was just like, there's nobody's base down here. What am I looking at? So yeah, we'll see how long it takes him to notice. It's so funny that you've like so nicely themed it to his actual storage too. It's quite a good looking tunnel, all things considered. This was on I discovered this, Joe, on the stream where we were working on the other nether tunnel. I actually happened to fly down here and be like, I was like, what am I looking at? And I looked directly at it while Vex was here, but he happened to be talking to Ox at that exact moment, and then he didn't see it. And then I just kind of like turned around and walked away. I was like, well, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. So, quite funny. Love that. Excellent prank. 10 out of 10. I assume the Ender is still broke. The Ender is broken again. I don't think it's been fixed. The last time Ox showed me how to fix it, that seemed quite annoying, actually. And I don't know how it broke again. But it is indeed not working at this particular moment. Whee! Oof. So how was the pizza? Ox, was it good? Again, I assume it was good just because you already had pizza from that place and like picked it, so. But I hope this particular round of pizza was good. Pizza was good, better when I pick it up, I think. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that's just you get it a little bit faster. I'm going to take a moment to take a couple bites of my pizza, actually. I am pretty hungry. So, I don't know, chat, if you make it over. Like I said, there's plenty of pizza. You just gotta start driving now. I'm in Southern California. What is that? That's probably a really long drive for you, Joe. Obviously, I think you would fly, but pizza. Yeah, I'm finally eating pizza at the pizza party. How very exciting. The pizza is quite good, though. Ox gave me, I've mentioned this earlier, but Ox gave me a thing of, like, a container of cheese. It was just called pizza cheese. And so I was trying that out for this pizza I made. Huh. I suppose I've moved the door, which would make me need to slightly adjust the plans for the staircase. So I realize now that the stairs are just off target. What's it called? Now that I have the volume at like full blast, Netherrack really does have a sound when you walk on it. It's like slightly soft, squishy. You can really hear it. I believe it. It does sound some kind of organic, moist noise. But yeah, we're probably going to adjust the staircase now to be 3 wide, match it with the door, which would adjust this one to be 3 wide. This I'll have to decide what side to shave from when I get that far. Because they've, like, government assigned the different blocks different noises, but, like, obviously all of these blocks sound alike. The air quote, the stone type blocks. This one's a little different, right? Deep Slate has a slightly different sound. We can find out up here. Yeah, interesting. Deep Slate does have a slightly different sound. I kind of wonder how they decide that on some of those. I guess here we can hear this is the Deep Slate sound. And then this is the stone sound. And I'm not really sure what to make of the Deep Slate sound, honestly. Oh, okay. Game isn't really loud enough to hear the footsteps. Well, regardless then, friends, I can assure you, Stone and Deep Slate, they do have very different sounds. You can check those out sometime. Zinc Glass has another different... Glass actually sounds like stone. It's kind of funny. Copper sounds very different. For those of you who play Minecraft, I'm sure you are aware, copper has a very distinct sound when you walk on it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with the direction that things are going right now for the base. I am slightly interested in going out a bit on an adventure, but I don't quite know where we would go. I'm going to run into mining problems soon. I think I have, like, this pickaxe before I run out of pickaxe. And I really have to, like, see about getting the Ender to work again. I try to figure out exactly what the formation of blocks to keep that might in that stupid thing. Okay, you almost feel the weathered copper bars look the best, like the second to last stage. Let's see. Let's blow out the light really quick. So you're talking about this one, right? I kind of agree. So we have the full. The fully oxidized ones are very green. Interesting that there's really, like, no logic to the pattern of which way they change. Oh, is that the lighting bug? There it is, Ox. The lighting bug in... like, in person. It's actually happened. So I updated... I want to... Oh, that was a very loud piglin. I updated sodium, I believe, and it did not fix the lighting issue. So it is something else. I guess we'll keep going through the mods and trying to figure out what exactly is causing it. But it always is exactly one... I assume this is one chunk, right? Looks about chunk size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, could be. I guess you'll have to let me know in your playing if you ever encounter something with your mods, because I didn't see it in the Nether at all. The whole time we were working, I never saw it in the Nether. I've only seen it in the overworld. And obviously I've only seen it in my base, but I've spent, like, most of my time here in my base. But, like, if we look at it really quick, okay. Let's go back down here. We will go disconnect really quick. And we'll jump back in. And it's immediately fixed. So relogging sometimes fixes it, sometimes doesn't. But that time it did. First try. So, not entirely sure what's going on there. I forgot that I had the... Oops, that's a video setting. I turned the music off. Let us turn the music back on. Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure what's happening there. Something. These pillars, I kind of want to see if I can go back and redesign a little bit. Add some more interest to them. It's honestly, a little bit boring. I want to do some work there. There's always just little things like that. You kind of see that that's the way I work, though. It's like I'll see a thing and I'll decide that's the thing I want to work on today. And then I'll go about fixing that problem. It's like here in the tunnel we're working on. Do I want to make it one tall? Do I think that that's fine? Can I dig that from down here? No. Okay, that's just the dig height. Because I think that the ceiling should be that level. And then I gotta think about, what do I want to make the ceiling in this tunnel? Do I just want to do a deep slate ceiling? Do I want to do some kind of interesting pattern ceiling? I can do copper. I don't really have like a precedent of what I do for ceilings in my base. I love this ceiling for the house, but I don't think that would be good in the tunnel. Mostly I've left ceilings to be stone, but that's not what I'm going to do in this area. I think what I'll want to do, I want to decide what I'm going to name this area. A lot of what I decide to do is based on kind of just what theme or what name or what I decide an area is. I don't quite have that yet here, because this is obviously like the mining area down here and kind of a work area, but this is really going to be the bridge to a new development area of the base, and there's at least going to be one house that's going to be here. In this area. I do want to do some more degree of garden area on one of these. I don't know exactly where I want to do it, but I want to do like tiers of what look like overworld stuff that's just fallen in. And I'm not entirely sure where I want to do that, mostly because a lot of my walls, they curve inward in a way that doesn't make that look organic. So I gotta think about what I want to do. Do I want to add that to the permitted terms? Did it add it when I allowed that message through from Dish? That it gives the option to do so. Interesting. Because my thoughts there, I do think it's funny. I don't think that I generally have a problem with it as of right now, but I'm also like small streamer where my audience is all of my friends and people I know. And so I don't know if then we would maybe one day find ourselves in a situation that we want to go back and be like, actually, no. But like at the moment, I don't. Because I do think it's just like, yeah, in a funny friend way, I don't have a problem with it. Particularly the way that Dish did it right there. That no problem whatsoever with that. And like we might always be just a little stream of friends hanging out, doing whatever we're doing. It might never be a problem. And that's partially where my brain wants to just say, like, yeah, let's go ahead and allow it. But it's always just hard to say with, like, what are people actually going to do? Definitely one of the problems on the internet in general has just been, like, how easy it is for people to be really shitty to each other. I know that from my experience playing League, one of the things that Riot talked about specifically that I actually really agreed with is that one of the problems with banning someone or like dealing with language after it happens is that the problem you have is that somebody's day has already been ruined. The damage when somebody gets harassed has already been done. And even if you go back and ban that person later, you're not actually like undoing the experience that the person had that really hurt them. And I was like, I actually really agree with that. And it's like always been a bit of Riot's justification for why they haven't gone in to add voice chat into League, even though they could now. They have the technology. They haven't really wanted to. That's been part of the reasoning that they've given, that it becomes so hard to moderate a product with voice chat in it. And I'm like, yep, fair enough. I understand where you're coming from on that one. As I'm sure plenty of people who are vaguely aware of League know, is a game with not the best reputation. And I can't say that that's not deserved, because League was indeed a very toxic place for very many years. And Riot did a lot of work to try to tone that, to rein that in. They didn't want it to be that kind of place, and so they did a lot. They banned a lot of people, introduced a lot of moderation tools. They actually restricted chat, so chat is off by default. Things like that, all in this effort to kind of rein in the toxicity that was taking place. And I actually really think it worked. I think that League is a much less toxic place now than most people think it is. Most people still have the same kind of opinion of it from back in the really, really bad days. And I can't blame them for that. It's unfortunate, in my opinion, because it's no longer what I would call an accurate assessment. But, like, what can you do? Kind of curious if I want to dig into this wall a little bit, make the cave go farther. I think I do. I'm just judging by, like, how close are we to the sea here. It's like over here, we actually bumped into it. So you can see a bit of my terraforming and a bit of a wall from another part of the base that I need to figure out how I'm gonna fix this corner that's currently exposed there. I kind of want to avoid creating too much work like that on the other side of this wall. Take a moment really quick to eat some more of my pizza. So bear with me for a second. Pizza cheese was quite good. Pizza, like I said, the pizza really did come out tasting good. It's just definitely a weird crust. And I have not gotten to the crust yet. I've had that on the other slices of it that I've eaten so far. Bread. I should be better at making bread, because frankly I make a fair amount of bread. Bread is interesting. I'm sure anyone who has baked knows that bread is a bit of a challenge. And kind of hard to get right, particularly because you need to have you need pretty consistent measurements and things, and that's kind of what happened here with this one. I ended up having to add flour because the dough was too sticky, and that flour that I added definitely seems to have done something odd to the texture in a way that was not great, ultimately. So I need to... And so I'm assuming this obviously something was a little bit wrong with my initial water ratio, hence why it got too sticky. So that's kind of where I need to like look at what went wrong there. And figure that out. Yeah, so I think I kind of want to do just like some degree of shaping in like this. And so like when I do these kind of terraforms, I'll do that. It's like the initial. But then I'll come back in usually to try to make it look at least a little more natural. I mean, as much as any of this is natural, because obviously it's not. Do you think I want to go there? Negative terraformer. Do I want to? And then, so like, I'll do a little bit of digging, then I'll pull back to kind of look. I think the whole thing, I want to move it all over by one, at least here. Oh. I'm interested. What is it, Ox? The power of the efficiency. You need the camera mod. I do need the camera mod. I can make exciting videos. Lets you set essentially free cam speed dial. Would that just be that I can free cam out to like preset like angles and stuff? Because yeah, I do have Tweakaroo. What do I want to do here? Do I want... Yeah, because obviously I keep doing that way. I don't think I want any gap there. Do you think I want this farther out? Let's just take it all out right here. Kind of decide what we want to do. Yeah, I suppose that would be quite helpful if I could just immediately pop back out to like predetermined distances and things. Would be quite helpful for what I am doing, because I am just popping out really quick. That's going to require... So we would take that one. I think that looks okay. And I wonder, do we even need like anything back in this corner? I don't think we do, actually. I think what we do here is we're going to leave it like a very sharp corner. But we're actually going to put something obviously constructed back in that area. We're not going to try to make it seem like it's a natural shape. We're actually going to play into the fact that making it sharp makes it obviously like constructed. So now we'll dig out the floor with what we've done here. Yeah, but I do generally think that there are probably a lot of things I need. As we've established, I am not a professional streamer woman. I am but one trans woman muddling my way through the Twitch and Minecraft adventures. So everything is just ever so slightly scuffed. And I will get better as we go, but I'm not exactly the person who stops to do a lot of research to make sure it's perfect, as much as I am that person who just keeps doing things and trying stuff and hopefully improving it as we go. It's always been a little bit more my MO. Yeah, kind of like, I do like the way that this is starting to come out here. Normally what I'll do is I'll pave in an area completely with just the flat polished deep slate, and then I'll come back later and I'll start to design in like something to make it more interesting afterwards. Not quite sure what we're going to do in this area yet. Again, mostly because I don't have quite the flavor of this area down yet. So I'm mostly doing the expanding and geometry phase, and then I'll come back in and do more of a decorative. Okay, I'll click the link, and I will have that open for later. Very exciting. But yeah, I do want to do that. Oh, I wondered for a brief second why that block was lit up the way that it is, and it's the wall chicken block. There's a torch behind it. And I do want to do the one for, what is it, the flashback, just so that I can do recordings of particularly interesting projects or builds and things. Not sure what I will do with them, but it'll be nice to have them. I don't know what happened right there. Where's that closest to? I guess it's not really close to anything. But we're going up there. Whee! Get us into our... I want to say this is probably a leftover from when there used to be a beacon here. And I think I never quite fixed that hole correctly. The original beacon for my base was actually in this area, and I wonder if we can... This is, yeah, here it is. This is the original beacon location. The very first beacon I ever had went right here. And you can still fall through the hole. I never fixed it. And I just paved over it on this level. Did get to pass on some knowledge today, actually. It's funny being... Where is that, actually, anyway? Here it is. Just stick those in there for now. But, I had to help Acorn today. They were mining geodes on the skyblock, and she accidentally broke one of the budding amethyst. And I was like, oh, wait, I know the thing here. Because Tweakaroo actually has the tweak for that, to stop you from breaking those. I was able to help out with that, which is always fun. I rarely have that extra knowledge, so funny to be the person who knows stuff in that situation. Usually not me. Usually I am the one getting help from people. So, was funny. Alright, let's go. We're slowly patching up the holes. A lot of weird holes in my base. I think part of the venture of being an underground base. There's just a lot of weird things. And in this case, beacon. Leftover beacon stuff. We'll do the lower layers some other time because placing keeps like kind of a pain in the butt. This is obviously one of the later beacons. Any of the beacons that are made of emeralds are the later beacons. Because those are the ones where Vex gave me 1,000,000 tons of emerald, and now I have it all. I don't know what to do with it, so I build beacons out of it. That's why it's definitely a little bit funny to hear on Acorn stream, Acorn struggling with emeralds and trading and all that stuff, and I'm like, God, please take these emeralds away from me. I have so many of them. We're gonna go land on the block really quick, and then I'm going to eat some more of my pizza. Ow. Not quite getting the corners of this perimeter. Where's the... What is Bobby up to? Where does it show what Bobby's doing? Okay, should I have my chunks higher than 12? What are your render distance chunks at, Ox? Out of curiosity. Maybe you're set to 24. Oh. Yeah, welcome back, Natasha. You have no idea the horror is going on here. I guess let's try. What does the 24 chunk render distance look like? Apply. Done. Ooh, we can now see the whole perimeter. Yeah, we have a player named Vex who is... I mean, also, we're building on this scale. This is our copper farm. It is quite cool looking. And what was it, Ox? This thing is like theoretically 23,000 copper ingots per hour. Obviously, that's a theoretical number and not the actual number. Yeah, it is a beautiful gradient on the edges. Actually, yeah. I don't think I see any odd blocks this time. And it is quite beautiful. Like I said, I'm going to take a really quick moment here to munch on some more pizza. But yeah, welcome back, Natasha. I hope things went smoothly. It was an easy time getting children to bed. Right. But yeah, I'm glad it's not bad and just a routine. I know that when I was young, I was a problem. I was like not easy to get to bed. Combination of two things, but largely stemming from the fact that I had I think I've mentioned this before in Acorn stream. I don't know that you were there when I have, but I have autism. I was diagnosed as an adult with autism because when I was young, my parents never wanted to look at that kind of stuff, and they were like, yep, you're fine. You just gotta learn to, like, get over it like everybody else does. And so I really struggled. Well, then I gotta let's turn this a little bit down. It got quite loud in that moment for me talking, and but yeah, so I was kind of an undiagnosed, unsupported child with autism, so eating wasn't great, going to sleep wasn't great, well, a lot of things, and I was a kid who threw a lot of tantrums, really, really struggled. Like, I now recognize as an adult that this was not my fault. This was not, like, bad behavior on my part. Yeah, my parents really had the, yes, the ignore it and it'll go away philosophy, and they really did that thing where they were like, oh, you're, like, quite mature for your age. That means that you'll be self-sufficient and we do not need to help you with anything. Just go about your way, and we're sure you'll figure it out on your own. And that wasn't correct. And I didn't. I did not do that thing. And so there came a point where I just really started to struggle as I got older because the world didn't make sense to me. But when I was, yes, like I said, when I was young, I was not a great time. That was obviously not my fault. But I think putting me to bed was not fun. I don't know. Our parents' generation. Yeah. Yeah, that's how we got on this. There was a lot that, like, I don't know. I can't speak for all of our people about my age as parents, but my parents were not. They're not winning the parenting awards. They really... Where's our light level here? Slightly too dark. Get a new recipe. Feathered and... oh, they're actually different oxidizations. That's interesting. Boop. Honestly, I kind of like that there. Not gonna lie. I kind of put it just cuz, but I think I actually kind of like it. Just to mark out the corners. We'll have to get another one. But yeah, I do think that's funny. Yeah, my goal is not to give the same trauma to my kids and to let them have new things to complain about in therapy instead. Yeah. Well, I applaud your efforts to at least not do the things that our parents did. It obviously did not work out the best for me. I really struggled. And it didn't exactly get better as it got older. As I got older and they got older, like, I'm obviously trans. You just, that comes across here, I think. And like, my parents really, really did not take that well. Which, as Ox will know this story, Like, I have a sibling who is also trans, and when they came out, my parents were not great about it, but they weren't the worst about it. But when I came out, it was bad. They treated me so much worse. Let's see if I want to do... Just want to make a... Can I just make an oxidized lantern? Doesn't appear. I can only make the... Just the copper lantern, okay. Yeah, that would have been convenient. Copper torch was the nuggets. Can I make copper torches if I already have the torch? I suspect also not. I suspect that I have to make... Yeah. Thanks for the sympathy on that. It was difficult, though, for me. Like I said, they really treated me a lot worse about it than I was expecting, because when my brother came out, they treated him a lot better. I think, again, it took them a while to get like more comfortable with it, but they did over time. And then when I did, it is so much worse. They went the way that they treated him, they treated me so much worse. And I really struggled with that, and I didn't understand why for a long time. And it really ultimately was because they had pinned kind of their hopes for having an air quotes normal child on me. Is that no? What was the lantern? Recipe. Oh, it's nuggets again. How interesting. And so they had air quotes pinned the idea of having a normal kid on me, and when I came out as trans, it was like, for my mother particularly, she acted like instead of trying to like have a good relationship or talk with me or anything about it, she instead went directly to mourning the grandchildren she would never have. That was her first thought, and the only thing she then spent the next couple years doing. I tried to talk with her and to like kind of keep our relationship. Well, actually, I tried to improve our relationship because it wasn't great, but I wanted it to be better. So I tried, and she just didn't want to have any of that. She was like, I would try to talk to her about how things were going with me and my life and everything, and she would like flat out, she would sit there and just ignore me as I spoke to her. So, like, eventually I stopped trying. I was just like, okay, you obviously don't want to have a relationship, so we're not going to. And that was quite difficult for me. But, here we are. Normal is indeed overrated. Oh, baby, I see you. We love Automod doing its job. Wow, that one's actually already aging. Kind of impressed. I do like that message though, Ox. Note, this is not a give your kids the most interesting therapy time challenge. Yeah, that always happens to me too. I tab away for a second when I'm modding for you, and that's when the bots show up, and I'm just like, damn. Okay, this is not important. But we're gonna do this. We're gonna move these two. And we're gonna put them over here. So that now it's an even section of lanterns slowly aging. Yeah, the grandkid thing is frustrating too. The thing that was really, really frustrating about it to me, though, is that nothing about me transitioning said that I couldn't have, like, kids still. That was what got me. That I was just like... But that option didn't go away. It didn't... And, like... It didn't even... So, like, obviously, here, a thing about me, I didn't really think I wanted kids, even before I decided to transition. So, like, me transitioning had no impact on whether I was going to have kids or not. But of all the things, like, it wasn't that was stopping me. It was a lot, frankly, how they treated me and, like, how I viewed kids because of that. And so it was just like, that looks funny. But just, yeah, like I said, that didn't necessarily preclude me ever having kids. They don't realize that there were other things, but it was just, I guess, also that, and mourning the, like, the loss of normalcy. The fact that, yeah, I was never going to be just, air quotes, regular, and it really sucked. Really, we had a rocky relationship before that, but it really drove a big nail into that coffin, and I would still hesitate to call it the final nail. I think if my parents ever want to reconcile more, I do think it's still possible for us, but it would have to start with them. I spent a lot of time trying to make our relationship better, and that obviously didn't work, so the ball is in their court. If they ever really want to approach me and talk about things and apologize for kind of how things were, and basically, I guess, show the interest in having a relationship, I will be open to seeing how that goes, but I'm not gonna put the effort again. I'm not going to be the one to try to start that, because obviously it's not what they wanted. So, I mean, what can you do? All right, time to munch on my pizza crust. This is going to be the weirdest part of the pizza, because it just, like I said, came out so dense. Let me see if I can tear some apart to show you guys. Let's see. Will this be just like overly bright and saturated? Can I even get the camera to want to focus on this pizza? The real questions. I don't know if you guys can see that though, but it's like solid. There's like no air pockets almost, no bubbles. It's just dense. So I think this is some mix of either too much flour or I really overworked it. But yeah, it's a little Little cake pizza. Ox, you are correct. Because it could be that. It could be that I overworked it. But I suspect it's more than my flour ratio was wrong. And I created too many glutens in my dough. Yep, I did put the yeast in, Ox. It definitely rose. That was not the problem. The pizza definitely rose, but it is dense. I've had better luck with some other ones, but not quite perfect either. Natasha, Ox and I have been like working on our pizza recipes for the last couple years, and Ox has gotten some pretty good ones. Her most recent doughs have been quite airy, quite nice. I do think that the next step is some degree of aging the dough once it's made, letting it ferment in the fridge for a couple days before actually making the pizza. I think that'll do something perhaps quite interesting, quite good for her. The wheat pizza, I think that one needs to go back to the drawing board. The whole wheat pizza, that one went wacky. I'm gonna finish this crust, but if Ox would like to talk about the whole wheat pizza attempt, that was quite funny. Yeah, I ended up tapping out of that one truly because of the this was really because of my surgery that I tapped out of eating that one, because I was really still struggling with eating like a lot of solid food and everything. And so I was like, I can't do this. I can't eat this and like know that I'm going to struggle with it, with digesting it and everything. How dense and bland it was. I was just like, I gotta put it down. Any other time, I would have actually just kept going, Ox. I would have eaten the pizza you put in front of me. But it had less to do with the pizza and more to do with like my state post surgery that I was like, I can't do this. Yeah, it was the perfect storm situation. I am curious. I have never seen anyone mention Polish pizza dough, though. And I am curious. I think I asked this earlier. but I don't think you were here, Natasha. Do you have a favorite style of pizza? So I'm kind of curious what everyone's pizza opinions are. What styles of pizza people like. I've gotten some impression that you are perhaps more well versed and might have tried different styles. I like New York style a lot. Had New York style. I've had the silly Chicago. I've actually had like real Chicago pizza from like the really famous Chicago pizza places one time that I was over there, and I really did not care for it. Chicago style is not for me, and I can say this full well having gone to Chicago and tried the pizzas that everybody says this is the Chicago style pizzas, and I was just like, it's not good though, guys. I didn't like it. I even had it over there. I'm not eating other stuff. I know what your thing is supposed to be, and I didn't enjoy it. We were talking about Detroit style pizza earlier today. I do like a good pan pizza. I do think the quite bready pan pizza stuff is pretty good. Different, obviously, than like a New York. But, yeah. New York style, though, is quite good. My pizza of choice when I was younger was a New York style pizza place that was really close to my house. It was truly just called New York Pizza. Even though we were not in New York, we were in a LA suburb. But it was quite good. Did enjoy it. Ox tried it once. Ox did not like it, so there's that. Yeah. Pizza Pirates, I like. Pizza Pirates also has an excellent name. Pizza Pirates was good. You wouldn't download a pizza? Frankly, I would download a pizza, though, if I could. Wow, some of these lanterns have really aged quite well. That guy just, yeah, that one's just done. Nice. I'd download a pizza possum. Well, thank you. Thanks, Natasha, for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Probably going to be starting the end of stream ritual pretty soon. Actually, probably right now. But I hope you have a good night. Again, thank you for the congratulations. I really appreciate it. It's been a fun adventure streaming, and we're having a great time. Appreciate anybody who stops by, but I do really appreciate that you have dropped by. Fun to see people from Acorns stream here. So yeah. Have a great night. We're likely going to move into the final segment of our stream, which other people will know is the part where we play a game of League of Legends. And we see how that goes. I have high hopes for today. I think we're gonna win. I have no context or no rational basis for that, but I believe. So let's do the fun. We're gonna go over to the desktop. We're gonna launch League of Legends, and we're gonna see, does it work? I've clicked the button. Will League of Legends launch? Wow, that's the fastest I think we've ever got it to come up. Interestingly, it launched the Riot client, but the play button is grayed out. I can't actually click the play button. So, League of Legends, working as intended. Come on. I don't know. Oh, it's doing something. Yeah, that was a fast launch for it to not work. I think we're about to... Yeah, we could start doing a Will League launch poll. So far, to be fair, as Ox has pointed out, it has launched almost every time. Are you going to do a channel point redemption? That would be funny. Okay, so first, I got a box. What do you guys think we're going to get out of the box? We could get skins. We're really hoping for skins, actually. That's about the only thing we want that might come out of this box. We might get ward skins. We don't really want those. We might get champion shards. We don't really want those either. So let's take the shot. Oh, we got an emote. Guess I'm not too mad about that. I don't think I'll be using this emote. It's better than other things we could have gotten. Yeah, we could make it like a 50k points. If we made it a channel point redemption, 50k is still, in my opinion, a lot. Like, actually, how many channel points has this stream generated so far? How many do you have, Ox, out of curiosity? 2.4k. See, at that rate, I would maybe make, like, play a ranked game. Okay, but as a streamer, you have some control over the rate at which they accumulate. Interesting. I'll have to look at that later. Because, like, I would probably not make it 50 at that point. I might make it, like, closer to 20 at that rate, because it's still, like, 2.5 in 3 hours. So it'd be still like 8 times that length to get to the total points. Closer to 4. Yeah, that's true. Closer to 4. So 50 seems quite steep. Yeah, I would definitely have to try to get, like... Yeah, and then always adjust it, like... So we're gonna... queue up here. For anyone who doesn't know, we play the random mode. Earth. Earth is actually how you are supposed to pronounce Earth. Earth, let's see, where did you even see that? That had to be the modes. Oh, Arena and Earth. Is Earth actually... So Earth stands for Ultra Rapid Fire, but this is one of those cases where Earth existed first, and then they had to make up what the acronym stood for, because way back in the old days, they, for 1 April Fools, teased a new champion that was just going to be called Earth the Manatee. And Earth the Manatee never came out, but for Connor's favorite champion, instead of releasing Earth the Manatee, they released this skin called Earth the Manatee, and it's just this werewolf wearing the manatee costume. That was what the fake manatee champion was supposed to look like. And so this is what actually came out. Earth the Manatee. No, and they don't think that. The actual cult is the people who think that Pingu will be a champion one day. Which I'm not even sure I can show you an example of what Pingu is in this game. Maybe it would be in the TFT section. I don't really know what's in their store. And I look at... Okay, maybe we will be able to find Pingu in here. Because I think they made him a little legend. Chonk. They have a lot of these things. But it's really a manatee costume on a wolf costume. The plot twist is it looks like a wolf dressed as a manatee, but it's really a manatee costume on a wolf costume with 3 cats inside. Yeah, that's not as far-fetched as you're trying to make it seem, Joe. I don't remember if you were here the other day when we were talking about Vex's favorite character. No, I don't see it. Pingu is like a penguin. I don't know, though. Minecraft Slimestone Prodigy Mythical Pingu. Would that be a reference? The manatee costume is so that Jazarka won't realize you're a wolf and leave. Yeah. Too bad we couldn't show that to Dish. But yeah, Joe. You're making the joke about being cats inside a costume. And Vex's favorite champion is this character Shaco, but his favorite skin is this cat skin for Shaco. But if you look, he's actually cats inside. There are cats in him. So this skin is quite literally cats in a clown outfit. So that is entirely possible. The manatee wolf costume with cats inside, it could be real. We have a skin line for that. But yeah, speaking of Mythical Pingu, does Mythical Pingu have anything to do... Are there any penguins in their branding? Because Pingu is a penguin in League. But I cannot find, an image of him. See if a quick Google will get me. Okay, you've linked the YouTube channel. Yeah, okay. See, I didn't know that Mythical Pingu's icon is a penguin, but then I'm sure this is somehow... They are either both referencing the same thing, or Mythical Pingu is referencing our legendary fake champion that's not going to happen, Pingu. And it's actually a League reference. They might just be... When I Google Pingu, there is that old stop-motion penguin's name is Pingu. So they might actually just be all referencing this original thing, and League was also memeing on this thing. So yeah, unclear exactly what the origins are here. But we're gonna get the queue going again. It's always an adventure trying to, like, chase a reference down. Oh, we high rolled. We got 2 very good characters. And I frankly don't even know which one to pick.
Shatter their expectations.
Okay, but my team has picked all mages. So perhaps we do not do the thing. This one might be playing... Oh, this is difficult. If I pick this character, will somebody take my old character? I hope they will. Yep, somebody will. Because it's just really good. We're gonna do this. We're gonna play this weird garbage melee champion, because I really like it. Sometimes you pick... So I pick Bel'Veth a lot. I play a lot of Bel'Veth. And a big thing going on with Bel'Veth is that sometimes you just win games entirely based on the composition. Sometimes they just roll champions that automatically lose the game to Bel'Veth. And so I like to pick Bel'Veth because sometimes it's just free. Boshi's really fun, and also sometimes you just win. This comp, not the most free Bel'Veth game. They have 2 melees out of 5 characters. Anytime they roll 3 to 4 melee characters, you've basically won the game as Bel'Veth. Our camera is working correctly today, so that's good. We're going to go and grab this item, and some potions. And then we're gonna take our little cannon out to the battlefield. And so we're kind of looking for some early chance to harass here. Are we expecting it? Not necessarily. But we got 2 stacks of that. We got pretty good damage in right there. We actually got some early kills. I can't believe they committed into that fight. They had taken bad early trades, but the fact that they actually went in to try to trade in on us and get more damage, I'm surprised. Oh, I got caught. I've dodged. We're kind of in a very forward position here, which makes harassing for me a little difficult. I'm a melee champion, so I can't really harass when we're this far forward. I can only skirt around the edges and see if I can land any knockups. If you're talking about that, like, that target on the ground that comes down every so often, I kind of agree. I got exhausted right there. Unfortunate for me.
Your mate's feeding the fishes.
Yeah, there are some abilities that are really like that, where you have a lot of time to dodge. Obviously, the other side of that is that the ones that have that kind of lead-in tend to do a lot of damage. So... you're trading, like, super obvious telegraph for... also, I do a ton of damage. And, like, the character that's doing that, he has this big stun ability that he's basically trying to get you with the stun and then land his, like, incredibly slow ability. Well, I got out. Not my teammates, but I did. Not gonna get out of this one. But at least they spent their time hitting me instead of the tower. Which is good, because, like, I come back, the tower doesn't. Early my deaths are gonna look a little rough. We're scaling, though. Again, I think some of you have seen me play Bel'Veth before. Bel'Veth is really a late-game character. So, I'm here, I'm scaling, I'm looking annoying for my teammates. And that's kind of my purpose in this game. Because my problem is I need to get this item, and then now I can start to get items that'll help me stay alive longer. And let's get out there again. Because we are wanting to get some armor here. We're taking mostly physical damage. And so once we have some armor, we'll be able to live a little bit longer. I think they're going to get the tower right here.
Your turret's in splinters.
We should be able to get their tower maybe right here. We'll see. I do want this dive. I will go for this guy when the minions start to get a little closer. Maybe not. Most of them are getting back. I'm kind of looking to get whatever damage in I can, but like I said, most of my damage is not. I got ignited right there. So we'll keep going. We'll build some more armor. And we will continue to scale. One day I will be able to kill the enemies and then take the Tower Rocks, and it will be very glorious. For now, we will continue to die a little bit. We'll keep scaling, though. I am generally a player who likes to keep trying, no matter how goofy a game is looking. So we keep buying our items. We love scaling.
Make 'em regret it.
Well, I have slain an enemy. Because at least some chunk of their champions are pretty early game. Their guy with the most lead is pretty early. So, in theory, we drag this game out. We have a decent chance. We'll buy that. Basically, as long as they can't quite end the game too quickly, we have a decent chance of coming back into this one. We're currently not too far behind, score-wise. most of our score is concentrated on one of our teammates. Yay, we did it. We got the turret. We almost got that kill. Which, considering he is so far ahead of us, the fact that we almost killed him is still quite good for me. It should not have been a close fight. That is the power of scaling. We're doing a thing. Let me grab that. But things are getting pretty rough for us here. Looks like we might not be able to get enough into the game for it to matter. One of the problems is we need so many different items at this point. They probably do win on this push. I don't think we'll get back in time. I will jump out as soon as I can, just to cause problems, but... we're gonna try, no matter what. But, unfortunate for us. That game, I think I will not be honoring anybody on my team. We'll just move on. I will actually probably run another one. That was a fairly unsatisfying game. Yeah, take a moment. Because that was a game where, as the melee, I had a difficult matchup, and my hope is that, like, my teammates will put down pressure and kind of allow us to scale, but we really only had one guy who was doing particularly well, and so we just really struggled to gain any traction in that game. Which just happens sometimes. Sometimes you just... not the game. You don't have it. Obviously, as any kind of competitive game, you can't win them all. This is not a great... hoping to get this character up here. Oh, but we've rolled, like, almost all melee characters. I do still want to try to get this one, though.
Fight for the first lands.
It's better for me. So we have 2 ranged mages, 3 melee physical damage characters. We're gonna go Conqueror. We're gonna go Alacrity here. Oh, we're gonna get a dodge actually, so we're not gonna do anything. That game was not real. Now we've rolled 2 mages. We're gonna take this one.
So much untapped power.
See what my teammates... So a dodge is when one of the players leaves the lobby so the game doesn't go through. So we have 2 physical melees, 3 ranged mages. Okay, now we have 2 ranged mages, 1 ranged physical. I think this is a perfectly fine comp. But yeah, dodge is when one of the players leaves in the lobby and it kicks us out, resets all of our characters. Is there such thing as a melee mage? Kind of. This character would be considered a melee mage. I don't think you've asked that before. Most of them, what we would consider a melee mage, are really melee champions whose primary damage comes from their abilities. So actually this character, Riven, she's really like a melee mage, because most of her damage is coming out of her abilities, but she's a melee character. And she's also physical damage, which is why people don't call her a mage. Mage in this game tends to imply magic, but... Oh, and the new character's out, actually. I didn't know he was out. This will actually be the first time I'll see this guy. So, no clue what he does yet. I kind of have a clue what he does, but I've never actually seen him in game. How exciting!
Filling down, stock up now. Any item you need with Shopkeeper Lau. Just
Try to stop me.
Yeah.
keep your guard up.
But basically the distinction of being a melee mage would be quite rare in this game.
Ally has been slain. Minions have spawned.
Most of the melee characters in this game are all physical damage champions. Not entirely sure why, but they pretty much all are. But yeah, so we're just here, we're looking to poke and farm and kind of... They have a lot of melee characters this time, so we're gonna want to be trying to do damage from distance, but kind of keep our space. Kind of get our kills where we can like that. As we slowly... We are once again scaling, but not quite as badly. We do really scale.
An ally has been slain.
But I'm not a melee this time, which is what helps me scale easier. That guy really keeps looking for me. He keeps throwing this. Yeah, it's a combination of both. It's that I don't have to, like, it's easier for me to buy items when I'm ranged, because as a melee character, the thing is you need to do damage, but you also need to balance with defensive items. And as a ranged character, I can just focus entirely on damage items. But then the other side of it is it's much easier for me as a melee, or as a ranged character, to get damage down on people. Like, I can do my damage from a distance, I don't have to worry about getting into range with them. So, like, right there, I'm able to hit that guy from so far away. So, like, right now, I do need to die. Because I've been alive for a little bit too long now. I have more than enough money to buy my item, so I'm gonna try to get myself killed here. And I actually managed to get myself executed, which is really good for me. My death wasn't... like, I didn't take any damage from players when I died. I killed myself to the turret entirely. And as such, none of the players on the other team got gold for my death. So I managed to, like, go back and get my items while simultaneously not giving any money to the enemy team. Which is truly, like, the most optimal way that that could have gone. It's, like, nigh impossible to get executed in the random mode. Well, that was some quite fancy footwork there on our part to not get hit. This guy really is constantly, like, jumping in. I mean, he has no choice. It's like the only thing his character does, but... he is so constantly jumping towards me that I'm like, oh god, I have to dodge. So far, we have done quite well at dodging his attempts. So yeah, we're scaling. My scaling mechanic is this little number here. If you can see, I have a 59. And I'm trying to get that to 120. I get that by killing the cannons or hitting enemy champions with damage from 2 spells in rapid succession. The bubbles that are orbiting me are actually... See these? I also create them on the ground. Every time I create one, they do a little bit of damage, but then I'm allowed to throw them. So if you watch, when I cast my ultimate ability, the 3 bubbles that are orbiting actually fly off of me and hit the enemy players, and so they actually leave for a second. It's kind of hard to pick out in all the noise of the match. But like right now, I'm looking to try to get an ultimate down. Instead, I'm just gonna shove them away from me right there. But my character's main gimmick is that I'm trying to create the bubbles on the floor and have the bubbles orbiting me, because if I can create 6 bubbles, I will actually do the maximum amount of damage with my ultimate. We actually really managed to disengage that in a way that I didn't think we would.
People fear what they can master.
This game has really gone quite badly for them. I think they have been kind of out-compositioned. It's like a lot of their characters lose to a lot of our characters. Oh, I got stunned. Uh-oh, I think this might be our death. I think I die here no matter what. Just fine. That lets me go and buy another item. I don't quite have enough for the item I want, so we're going to buy the 2 component pieces. Kind of look at what's happening up front. Team's trying to stop them. And let's get back out there and help. They're actually doing not bad in a fight up there. So our aim here to get the execute on that guy. My ultimate is kind of like my big finisher move. I'm trying to hit people who are already quite damaged. Now they're kind of jumping in all over us here. Oh god. Uh-oh. That guy got quite far out ahead of his team. So is my teammate, to be fair. I tried to help him, which was not the correct play on my part. I should have just let him go. I do complete my next bit of item here. Do they have a Santa on their team? Actually, I haven't quite noticed what their skins are.
Oh, don't go.
It was probably the Bard. He is vaguely Santa-esque. But yeah, so I'm still really scaling. I have not quite hit the the final bit of my power curve, and I'm not going to. I don't think this game is going to last long enough for that, honestly. Yeah, so we're really just sitting back and we're tossing abilities. One of the hardest parts of this game, and what's like taking up a lot of my brain power trying to play it, is that I have to really worry about my spacing. I'm having to like really focus on trying not to get too close to the wrong targets, which is kind of hard. My character's not really mobile, so like I have to dodge abilities like that. The only mobility I have is coming from my like long cooldown summoner spells, and not innately from my champion. I'm kind of a squishy glass cannon with no mobility, and so I'm having to spend a lot of my time thinking and trying to be like, okay, gotta make sure I'm not dead. So in those moments where like the big fights are happening and I get really quiet, it's because my brain is just like, oh my god, I have to process the spacing. I think we win on that fight. I got to 111 of my scaling stack things. I never made it to 120. But it's pretty much done here. This guy might want to jump out. He didn't actually even want that fight. Phew. Oh, they voted to surrender. Comically, they voted to surrender when they were already to lose, but they did it anyway. I will honor... Actually, this guy... I think my team played really well. Normally you'd want to, like... So that game... The thing is, Ox, that game was, like, over 5 minutes ago. And instead of surrendering 5 minutes ago when it was over, they surrendered, like, 5 seconds before it was going to end. So it was just an odd surrender time. I would either expect the surrender to come earlier or to never come at all, but not, like, the game is so over that, like, it was quite interesting. Quite an interesting choice. I will vote to surrender basically in one situation, and that's when I'm playing with friends and my friends are not having fun and they want to get out of the game. But I will almost never vote to surrender because I just think that playing is fun, and I think that one of the ways that you get better at the game is by playing out the really difficult matches, because you don't quite learn... You never learn to make comebacks if you only ever play the games you're clearly winning. And so I think there's a lot of value in playing, like, harder, difficult games where you're losing, because it challenges you to try to figure out how to win from a bad position. And I think you get a lot from that because you can't always be winning every game. You won't always be ahead. And so because that's the case, if you're never practicing what to do when you're behind, you become a really one-dimensional player. You only know how to play when you're winning. And as soon as you start to lose, you have no idea what to do anymore. But yeah, so I guess the new character's out. It's pretty cool. Unlock Zehen for free by completing the objectives. Interesting. What do I gotta do? Hit enemy champions 1,000 times with attacks and abilities. And I got 30% of that in the first game. So, or in 2 games. So it won't take too long. That's cool. It's cool when they give out like a character for free or something like that. Don't know when they got those messages. I don't know if that was today or another time. Still, let's really quickly go to the desktop. They just released a brand new one though, so we've gone up by 1 more champion. Therefore I do have like now a new thing to buy, except they're gonna give him away for free, so then I don't have to buy him and spend the money. Anyway, this is the League Penguin. So I think we're all just memeing on this penguin thing. I think it's all references back to the claymation animated thing. Newt. Yup. Let's go ahead and let's toss us back to the Minecraft scene. We're gonna boot up our Minecraft. I think I totally forgot to change the category. Ox, I don't know if you remembered to change the category either, or if we've just been Minecraft the entire time, and now we're back to Minecraft. So, incredibly funny. It's like we never left Minecraft. I totally forgot about it. But yeah, let's go ahead and look for somewhere to raid. I don't know if you have anyone. Ox, I'm gonna see, do I have anyone that I feel like raiding? Not particularly. So I think we're going to... Yeah, could either do Sunny or... see what any of the new people are. What do we got from the recommended people? I vote for random. All right, let's do this one then. This person is, their channel tag things are energetic, LGBTQIA plus she, her, chatting with viewers. Thinking that one. We got another. Basically, I'm like scanning for the assorted people with the LGBTQ tag. And then also kind of looking at like lower view counts. This person, it's their birthday.
Does it shoot water out? Oh, that's funny. I gotta give that to Omu next time he's online. Or see if he wants it. That's so funny. I'm gonna put it in my backpack.
Nope, I lost it. There it goes, because we... Maybe we'll do this one. Oh, okay. We're hearing the audio, FYI. I think we won't go there. It is funny that, yeah, that audio came through. Interesting that it picked it up. Yes, because it was Twitch audio? So I'm not sure what source... Oh, I guess I have a Firefox audio. What did I create the Firefox audio for? Do you remember, Fox? Because it's in the Minecraft. Oh, it's for the co-stream. I gotcha. Guess I'll have to remember to turn that one off. And then only turn it on for the co-streams. We're learning. We're figuring it out. I truly forgot it was there. But yeah, we'll go see what this person's up to. Yeah, so thanks everybody. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. And everybody who helped me with the journey to affiliate. I've just been streaming and having fun, and I'm glad that anybody shows up. Hopefully we will keep on going. We'll keep doing things. We'll have a lot of fun. That's really what I want out of all this. Just to make friends, have fun, be a good time, entertain some people. So I think I'm accomplishing my goal. So as long as that's the case, I will continue to be here and continue to do it. So yeah. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for coming to the pizza party. It was a lot of fun. I hope you all have a great night. And let's go on a raid, shall we? But yeah. Good night, everybody. Take care. And let's